Hello, stream. Welcome to Michigan's Back to School Hearthstone Invitational. I'm Justin, also known as Wild Rose. I'll be one of your casters today, and I'm also a player and the director for Hearthstone at Michigan Esports.
And hi, I'm Cadence. I'm Caden Nux, and I'm joining Justin today on the cast.
Awesome, glad to have you. So
Thank-
today, our invitational will be a little different from usual. Instead of playing the usual conquest strategy or conquest game format for the whole tournament, we'll be playing Last Hero Standing. So, do you care to explain what Last Hero Standing is for anyone who doesn't know?
so last hero standing is after the bans, each player will have three decks, and winner from the first match will keep the deck that they that they won with, and the other player will switch to a different deck and will not be playing the same deck again.
Yep. So, basically, unlike Conquest, if you think of Conquest as each one of your decks has to win once, right? And then you'll have three total wins, and then you win the match. As opposed to that, Last Hero Standing, you don't have to have all three of your decks or heroes get a win. Your same hero can win three times in a row, and then you still win the match. So basically, if your hero loses, then they're quote unquote dead or not standing anymore. So then that's why it's called Last Hero Standing. All right.
So it works if you have one really just knock them out of the water deck gun.
Exactly, right? It doesn't really make sense to try and target a deck like you can in Conquest because, well, once you knock a hero out, it's not going to come back anymore. So instead, you have to think about what hero is your strongest and which decks or which classes can really hold their own and win multiple matches in a row. Those are the decks that you really want.
Got it.
Yeah. All right. So we'll start off by introducing the matches for today. So today we'll be having, for our first round of Swiss, we'll be having Michigan Esports, our very own team, versus Carleton Esports, coming all the way from Canada, Toronto, actually. So Michigan is going international. We have multiple uh, countries competing in this tournament. I believe we have, let's see, Simon Fraser University, Carleton University, University of Victoria. I'm very sorry if I'm forgetting it, but I think out of the 12 teams participating today, at least three of them are from our Canadian teams. So
Wow, really international, or at least NA.
yeah, all good. We don't have any teams from Mexico though. We have.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I actually don't know if Mex. I'm not sure if like the official quote unquote official Blizzard circuit um supports that, but yeah, we'll see. All right, so just getting stream started, and getting into the spectator for Hearthstone, so we'll be right back. Hello, stream. We are back, um, and we have our first match of the day. Our very own Umish Esports versus Carleton College. Both teams have started off with a hunter ban, so that's been probably the king of this format so far. A lot of teams bringing it in basically every tournament of any format. Like we said earlier, it's very likely to be the last hero standing, so it's been banned a lot.
And it looks like for our first matchup of Super Chicken versus Disagreement, we have a Warlock versus Druid
Yep. Looks like
matchup.
Disagreement is running a Ramp Druid, so kept a lot of one drops, so it doesn't really look like a Ramp Druid right now, more like an aggro Druid. But you do see the Naga Giant hand, so we can tell. And Carlton's running an Imp and Curse Lock hybrid. As you can see, we've got the Mischievous Imp, as well as the Curse spell cards like Dragged Below.
Okay, it looks like Umish just
Played a Planted Evidence. Looks like
planted
they
it.
found two different ramp cards, right?
Okay.
Looks like they took the Wild Growth. Ramp Druid ramping. Who would have thought?
And how fast does ramping go in some early stages of the game with the ramp druid? Is it like a couple mana per turn, or will it be accelerating to like more?
Yeah, so Wild Growth will only get one mana crystal, which is why I was considering maybe they wanted Nourish, which actually gets two mana crystals. It was one of the other options from that Discover earlier. Because now the problem with Michigan's hand, you can see 10, 8, 18, and they're only stuck at 5 mana. They will be doing nothing, absolutely nothing for the next few turns, while Super Chicken just drops 9 power worth of imps on the board.
Oof.
Those aren't very good hits from the aquatic form. Let's see. Theotar is the only card that costs around 4, so not sure if that'll be very helpful. Something.
Going. And it doesn't look like there's any discovered anything that could be played this turn.
Yeah, we did get rid of the Imp King, which would have been the nail in the coffin for the Druid. The silver lining here is that we're still at 35 health thanks to the Renathal buff. But this is 10 power. Let's add 4 with the Wild Library. 14 damage.
Ooh.
What is Michigan's best play? Oh my god. The scale of
Oh.
Nixie at top deck.
Well, that.
Yep, that's gonna
Nice to
create.
fill the board and clear the board a little bit.
That is almost certain the absolute best card Michigan could have pulled out right out of the deck. They weren't able to fully clear, but obviously this is a lot less power they have to deal with coming in. Right. Carleton, considering their options, a lot of their cards clear the board right now, which isn't all too helpful. Right, makes sense. So you're gonna go for the brand to double the battle cry, curses, get some extra damage, and it's actually very difficult for the druid to remove the brand here, because they have 3 damage in total with the whelp and the hero power. But druid doesn't really carry any damage spells, and they played their 3 mana or 1 mana 3/1 rushes at the very early stages of the game.
Oh, okay. Well, I see there is some ramping with wild growth again. Is that very helpful? Oh, so wild growth could just mean that next turn, Michigan would be at 10 instead of 8, right? Instead of 9, right?
Yep. 10 instead
and
of
then
9.
and then have the extra one from the innervate.
Yeah. I don't believe that Sire Denathrius is very charged up. Yeah, Sire Denathrius is only going to deal 12 damage right now. So there was a thought to try and play Wild Growth instead of Miracle Growth for the 10, or for rather the 10 class Denathrius. But either way, it looks like it wasn't going to be very great. This is a lot of verses. Oh my god, it kills its own minion. The Dragon alone keeps. Okay, that's the end of the chain for now. And Michigan also has 10 cards in hand, I believe. So trying to put any more curses there wouldn't do anything. However, that's more than to take them out. Each
Okay.
abyssal curse does one more damage than the last.
Oh, okay.
I would say, unfortunately, because we weren't able to um, watch the Mulligan phase, since maybe, not too bad mouth Hearthstone. We all love Hearthstone, but it's not
Hmm.
necessarily designed as an esport. So unfortunately, we missed the Mulligan phase, so not able to analyze that section there. But we did see no ramp and just a lot of one drops in Michigan's starting hand. So I would say that definitely hurt them. When the ramp druid can't do much of what's in its name, well, you know.
Yeah, it's just kind of a plain druid then.
hmm
Is is plain.
Plain druid, but it can't even take off. It got no wings.
Hmm.
Alright, so now we're just waiting on next deck selections. So again, to reiterate with the last hero static format, this means that Michigan's druid is quote unquote dead. They cannot play the druid anymore. However, Carlton, as the winner, can continue to roll over or continue playing their warlock deck.
Now I have a question about the last hero standing format. You said Carlton can, is there a are they allowed to change to a different deck or they have to stay with the winning deck?
Yeah, so they, um, excuse me, just make sure. I'm pretty sure that you have to keep rolling the same deck over and over.
Okay. Oh, so
Yes,
now we
that
have a
is
mirror
true.
matchup.
Yep, you have to continue using the warlock for Carlton in this case. All right, so just missed the mulligan again. It's okay though.
Oh.
As a full mulligan though, I could hear it from Hearthstone. Or from Carlton. I could hear the card drawing noises, and then I could okay, they full mulligan. So let's take a look. I believe this is a 30 for 30 mirror, as you said. Yeah, just completely the same cards, one for one. So
I
yeah, we'll be seeing a test of skill, or perhaps a test of who is on the coin and who is not. Disagreement, though, with a very strong start.
so I've sorry, I can't recall. Is Warlock some a class that tends towards more board control, or is that just what is like a lot of stuff on the board seems to be what's happening right this second?
Yeah, so I will say that Warlock definitely is a class that can do both. It's always
Okay.
been since the World of Warcraft days, right? It's always been a class about lots of fire, lots of chaos, darkness. And so that leans toward controlling the board. But it's also always been about summoning imps, summoning armies of demons to do your bidding. So this deck is actually a really good example of a mixture of both, right? We see both armies of demons and this kind of control, lots of removal, play style as well.
Okay.
Yep. So yeah, Yumish so far, they've been pretty content with just going um, and solidifying their lead on the board. I would say that even though the opposing Warlock on Carlton's side is at drastically lower HP, it might be a good idea to continue fighting for board control.
Almost out of time.
I believe this is the first time we've seen the rope this match. These players have been playing fast.
Yes, they have.
See a ball library, yep. And we're gonna see some value trades. So Carden's gonna get rid of the highest attack while keeping their own teams alive.
Okay. Oh, and now Michigan has a vial library of its own, but only one imp on the board. Oh no, two imps.
Yep, +2/+2. Yeah, Michigan is in a rough spot. They had that early board lead, but the problem was 2 vial libraries is a lot more than 0.
Yeah.
Super Chicken just started buffing his imps, value trading. He's a lot lower on health, but Michigan just has to go face. We saw they didn't decide to trade any minions off. They just decided to go face, and I think that's correct as well. There's no way that they're going to take the board back when Super Chicken has 2 wild libraries to their 1.
Got it. And it seems like Carlton is also going for pretty aggressive.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, Michigan, they're dead on board, right? 13 damage to their 12 health, so they're just going to try to remove as much as they can. Carlton does not have a lethal here, and the Imp King Rafam is just 1 away from being infused. So that's actually really good. Otherwise, he probably would have just been dead the very next turn. So Carlton has a few options. Maybe start pushing curse damage, or play a little slower, right? But actually, Carlton has to be careful because no matter what they do right now, the hero card, Dreadwitch Tamsin, on Michigan's side, is going to just clear their whole board. Yep, okay, that makes the most sense. Michigan got 1 imp big enough so that Tamsin cannot clear. It's still
Okay.
Michigan's only option. Here's probably just smart to survive. Okay, that's 1 amp. Guess what? It's better than nothing.
One imp. So currently Carlton can get Michigan down to 3 health, I believe, after this
Yep.
turn. So far, just starting off before they play anything.
And I believe the curses on Carlton's side will be dealing 2 damage. So let's see. I don't think there's any possible way to do lethal this turn. But unless Michigan can get some huge combo of healing and curses, maybe from their 5 mana Zakul, then it might be lights out for them.
Let's see. And I'm not as familiar with the curses. So when you play the curses, you just take the player takes damage.
It's so you take them at the damage. You take that at the start of your turn, and then you can play the curses so that you don't take them again.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
take the damage again the next turn. Yeah, and each curse lasts for 2 turns and deals 1 more damage than the previous. So it's basically like a clog of inevitability, right? You're slowly getting whittled away. Your body is more and more
Oh.
pierced. Yeah, Michigan is just trying to draw for board clears, but it doesn't look like they found any that were big enough to deal with this huge Rafam board. there's only, some combination of warriors. Like they'll need out a Reborn as well as an Abyssal Wave, which would have done an extra 4 damage to the whole board. But yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Remember, when playing the Warlock River, make sure to draw your Vile Wyverns. Make sure your opponent doesn't.
Okay. So now we're O2 Umich Carlton.
Yes, unfortunately, our home team is down 2, but hopefully they'll be able to bring it back with the first sweep.
Let's see.
Your curiosity will be the end of you. Your soul shall be mine.
So
Mish's
super.
last deck.
Looks like we have a mage warlock matchup this time.
Yep, and as you can see from the big 10-cost spells, looks like it's a big spell mage. And we'll see in a second whether or not it's the 40-card version with Prince Renathal, or perhaps just the normal 30-card version.
So let me take a look. So I'm not seeing, for a deck like this, I'm not seeing very many 1 mana cards. Okay. Just completely going for trading out the. I was just seeing that the other ones were tradable. Would that be ever anything you would keep or just go for it?
I think Carlton's game plan here is that their Flustered Librarian, which they now have 2 of, has 1 attack for every imp you control. So their plan is to play Librarians, and then all of the rest of the cards in their hand, they're imps. They make the Flustered Librarian very, very powerful, and that's why they full kept that hand.
Okay.
Did you Mishicide keep the Smothering Starfish?
Yes.
So it was recently nerfed to cost 4 mana over 3 mana, and I would say that if it was 3 mana, maybe I would keep it, because it silences the buffs from the Vile Library. But at 4 mana, well, you can see that it's coming down a little too slowly to deal with this damage.
Like for this current board, it would only take away what it was 6 damage, 6 attack.
Yep, 6 attack, 3 from each Flustered Librarian. That's all it would get rid of. Thankfully, Michigan has the freeze to help them stabilize. But
So they don't have to use that Smothering Starfish quite yet. Maybe hold out for a board that it would be more impactful for, maybe?
yeah, probably like a Vile Library board, or of course Imp King or Fawn. It can help reduce the power of that card as well. But Michigan is still staring down such a huge amount of damage. Oh my god. Thankfully they draw from the Deepwater Evoker, drew a 10-cost spell, so they're going to gain 10 armor. Keeps them nice and healthy. Carlton is having a tough time just considering whether or not they should play the card that costs 4 on turn 4. You know what they were doing? They were checking for a Spammy Arcanist in Disagreement's deck list. Spammy Arcanist says, deal 1 damage to all minions. If any die, repeat this effect. So you can see 1 health, 2 health, 3 health on Super Chicken's side, right? If Disagreement did have a Spammy Arcanist, it would have been suicidal to play the 3 health minion here. But they just checked the deck list, noticed that Disagreement doesn't have that, and just ripped this. Sure powered all enemies.
Power.
Seem to be.
That one.
Yeah.
I can take him. Wait.
Michigan is dead on board even after that. It's a lot of damage and a lot of animations, but it's only really removing 4 total power.
Oh, they can hero power again?
Yep, and they can hero power again, and they can trade. So now it's quote unquote only 9 power for 10 health. Cotton's probably just using their life to up hero power to draw a card and maybe find a curse. Okay, it's not a curse they can play this turn, but it's certainly a curse they can play next turn.
Oh, hanging on by one life.
Yeah. Oh my god, if the Barbaric Sorceress hits the Abyssal Wave. No, it missed. Oh no. If the Barbaric Sorceress had switched the cost of the Abyssal Wave to cost 10, then Michigan might have had a chance. But unfortunately, they
Went to
missed
the
that
cripple.
50-50. That's a 2 damage curse to seal the deal against Michigan. Nice try. Well fought.
Hmm.
So, wasn't really expecting this going into this, but were you expecting the Warlock to be so dominant today?
I haven't seen a lot of Warlock. It wasn't something that was on my radar, but it's now my new favorite.
Nice. Yeah, so I'm gonna say it's been refined. It's been kind of like, I guess, a little underdog, a dark horse even. It's been slowly creeping up the ladder. It's always been like maybe 5th most popular for the last 2 weeks. But now it might just be because it's the first match and we've got some variants, but it looks like it's gonna be a dominant force.
Oh, but we'll see with upcoming matches, hopefully.
Alright, so for now, we're going to have a little bit of an intermission as we wait. Again, since we are playing in Swiss rounds for today, the first day. Every match has to be done until we can move on to the second match, so that new pairings are made. So we'll see you guys again then. Hello and welcome back to our back to school invitational.
It looks like we're back for round two of the um, Swiss rounds.
hmm This time, before real quick we get into it, I have an apology to make to Carleton University. I accidentally called them Carleton College, which is another completely different school institution, and I said they were in Toronto. That was my mistake. One of their former players lives in Toronto, but actually, the school is in Ottawa. So I hope that clears things up for everybody. Carleton College is a respected institution of the hat of America, so gotta pay our respects to them. Right.
Okay,
Would you
and
like
it
to
looks like
introduce, yeah, our next match?
our next match is University of Illinois, um, er, the Urbana-Champaign campus. Hopefully, I'm getting this correct.
Yep.
Versus Rochester Institute of Technology, I believe.
That is correct. Yeah.
And it looks like um, we have University of Illinois banning the priest and Rochester Institute of Technology banning the um, uh, University of Illinois Hunter deck.
Awesome.
So it looks like we have for um, for Rochester Institute of Technology, we have um, priest, demon hunter, shaman, I believe.
Yep, that's right.
And,
Priest, Demon Hunter, and Shaman are the remaining decks after that ban.
oh, okay. And
All right, we're starting off with Demon Hunter from the RIT side and Priest from UIUC side. Sorry, just had to finish up spectating there. Hopefully, both hands will be visible now.
I'm sure they will be great hands once I'm also able to see them.
There we go. There we go. You can see Trido. Now we know what priest, mystery priest, right? Now we know that they're playing the Naga priest against the relic demon hunter from Egoloff.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So we see Thrive in the shadows coming up from UIUC, just looking for extra spells because they don't have any other great minions to play this turn. I'd expect them to probably take the Bless. Yeah, they already Thrive in the Shadows isn't, or the Shadow Word Devour isn't great because the Demon Hunter won't be playing many minions early, and they already have its AoE ascended, so it's most likely that they'll take the last spell that they don't have currently in their hand.
Oh,
So the Relic Demon Hunter, every kind of like the Abyssal Curses from last match. After every relic you play, the stats on any future relics you play go up by 1. So it's a deck that really wants to be playing as many of those as possible.
oh okay.
Yeah, so in that vein, I probably expect Egoloff to just play the Relic of Fenrir as it uses his mana most effectively and also start juicing up relics. Oh, instead though, we're gonna see also a 3 mana play. Just improve draw and equip the weapon. I think that's fine. The Relic of Phantasm is only a 1/1 anyway. Perhaps he wants to juice it up more and have the weapon ready in order to hit into an enemy minion.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just having trouble spectating, so can't quite see what's going on.
No problem. Just take your time. See coin school teacher. probably going to be the switcheroo because it draws cards. It's a pretty simple turn from UIC. Yep, now we'll see the Relic of Phantasms, and then as the weapon equip came out last turn, Megaloppo was able to defeat or kill the school teacher with exactly 4 health. So that was a smart play to think ahead and realize that Trido was probably going to play a 3 or 4 cost minion that would be efficient to spell.
Okay, and it looks like debating whether to play that Serpent's Wig or not on the Naga.
Yep, because the Serpent Wig basically has an effect where it'll duplicate itself as long as you played a Naga while holding it in your hand. So the best play for Priest usually is to just keep playing more and more Wigs and go. There's some kind of upper cap for how many you can play, but almost never. This is a huge play. The Lady Steno was discounted to just 2 mana thanks to the sigil that drew it. So now Ego can play the Steno, play all of the spells in his hand since they're discounted, and then clear the entire board from Trido and also have a pretty massive board himself.
Oh,
Thinking of trading. I see why.
maybe instead of and then attacking
Yep, now
attacking directly after playing that spell.
The advantage of this also is earlier we saw Shadowward Devour, which is a card that's always going to be in this Priest. It's a card that says choose a minion, it steals 1 health from all other minions. So the less minions there are on the board, the less health it's going to end up stealing. So that means Ego is actually playing around.
Okay.
That's a huge 8/8. But it really sucks for Trido. It's probably his biggest play, the most stats at the time. But Ego has the weapon up and the Lady Steno up that can get a bunch of free attacks for every spell. That Pelagos is just a goner.
So Ego's just waiting for a spell. Or I guess not waiting for the spell. Just like, go for it.
Yeah, it was helpful that Ego drew 1 spell, at least Chaos Strike, and that enabled him to clear the whole board thanks to the 1 extra attack from this Lady Steno. Okay, we're gonna see a lot of big draws. Ooh. That's okay. We finally see the Radiant Elemental from Trido's side. Your spells cost 1 less. That's what the text of that card says. So it makes all the Serpent Wigs cost 0, and it creates a huge pop-off turn where you can just play wig after wig after wig. But this turn, because he spent the turn drawing, he's not going to be able to do that.
Okay, just silence the Lady Steno on the other side so she can't chain together attacks. If Ego had drawn, Ego did draw a spell with.
Yeah, like Lady Steno says to attack on the card, but really that can easily go up to 20, and it gets so out of hand. It's definitely not a bad idea to silence it right then and there. So Ego looks like choosing between the big colossal minion Zelag or using a hero card in order to improve his hero power. The hero card's a little worse now that he doesn't have Steno, because an important interaction is that Kurtrus's hero power resets every time a friendly minion attacks, and this counts for Lady Steno as extra attacks as well.
Oh.
But now that Steno is silenced and gone, the hero power isn't as strong as it could be, so we're going to see the Zelag. Wait.
Ooh.
Oh no! Zelag just missed the Handmaiden! Is it 4 shots? All went face. That means that Trido can get a huge pop-off turn with Serpent Wigs and potentially, depending on what he has in hand, find lethal. 20 damage in one turn.
That would be. Well, it would be a huge minion.
Yep. Oh, that's kind of an early devour. Okay, I guess there might not have been a lethal here because Trido did not have Priestess Unleash, which is a card, a 0-mana card actually, that says
That will be a story to tell.
refresh mana crystals equal to the number of. Wait, what? Trido didn't attack. Trido forgot to attack. He just missed
Oh my
16 damage. Trido just
Okay.
forgot to attack.
Okay.
He ended his turn without attacking.
Oh,
Oh.
well, that's an interesting strategy, I guess.
Oh. Oh no. This could have. I don't think it's lost, but this is still a winnable game for Trido. But he would have almost had it done and dusted if he had not just forgotten to attack there. Now Ego holding off on the Kurtrus pays off because the minions Kurtrus summons a crush, so they can attack immediately and help clear the board.
Nice. Oh, there goes the other 16.
If these miss, no, okay, they hit. Oh my god, Trido would have won this turn. I don't know. He doesn't have a Radiant Elemental. I don't think it's physically possible for him to actually kill Eggo Waffle here.
Anybody?
These are not. We can try to dredge and illuminate for a Shadow Word Devour. Shadow Word Devour will steal 1 health from all of the remaining stalks and end the game here. Oh no, you can't deal with the stalks. Oh no, that must be terrible. Mentally devastating, really. No. Oh god, I'm still in shock from that personally. I can't imagine how Trido must feel right now. Oh god.
The answer is here.
Okay, well, we just got Eggo Waffle has an infuse, completely infused, in fact, Artificer Zymoms. So that will summon a bunch of minions, big minions, deal a lot of damage to Trido's board, and draw discounted cards off the top. Let's see if he goes for that option. Looks like it. He's gonna clear the 1/1 first so that the removal is more likely to hit the 17 turn. Okay. Gonna draw some cards. Not relevant right now, actually, it's a double relic ball. But might be later. And now all we have to see is whether or not these stalks will hit the Handmaiden. If they don't, Trido has an out. If they do, it's over for Trido.
You win. It was your destiny.
Unlucky. Oof. All I need to see from Illinois right now is I hope that Trido is not too upset about that one. Or if he is, he'll be able to stabilize his mental game and bring it back. Because that was a huge blunder. Maybe it was just a little bit of impatience or a misclick, but obviously that lost him the game really hard.
I'm not backing down, Illidan.
I will not hold back this time.
Alright, again, as the last hero standing format goes, we're gonna have Eggo Waffle's Demon Hunter once again, and this time it's going to be just about a mirror match, as Trido also queues up his own Demon Hunter. I believe this is a 30 for 30 as well.
Sorry about that. I am back.
All good. Welcome back.
So we have a Demon Hunter mirror matchup.
Yep, looks exactly like it. Hagawalf's probably going to choose between playing his Relic Vault or the Chaos Strike to instead push some damage and draw a card. I don't think either one's incorrect, but probably, yeah. The Chaos Strike can deal 2 damage to the face, but just saving it here in his hand makes sure that he can use it for removal on a minion later if necessary.
Okay. Oh, looks like immediately playing the Poisonous Scorpion.
Yep. Most of those cards look bad except for the Chaos Strike. Yep. He's gonna take the Chaos Strike. So lots of cycling.
Chaos Strikes and Relic Vault seem to be the theme of the game so far.
Yep. Relic Demon Hunter is a deck that really kind of takes its time to get going. And once it's going, it doesn't stop. So, really, the only way to beat it for other decks usually is to kill it quickly before it can kill you. In the mirror, well, you also want to kill them quickly before they can kill you, but also you kind of can't because it takes so long for things to ramp up. Trido has both the Relics of Extinction here, so I don't think he'll miss it if he uses one. Yep. Okay, makes sense to use Relic Vault here. At first glance, it might seem a little wasteful, but since the relic is repeated, the effect of upgrading your future relics is repeated as well. And that means that on turn 5, you'll be able to use the Relic Vault effect on a Relic of Dimensions, which will draw him a ton of discounted cards to play.
Okay.
Yep. Each location, right, after you use it, it takes a turn to charge up, so it starts opening. You'll see that animation soon. And then, once again, it'll be fully charged up, and then it'll be green on the board again once it's available to use.
Okay. That
Yep.
makes sense. And looks like Ego's playing the Sigil and then attacking face directly. Because there's nothing else on them.
Nice and slow, just drawing cards, right? Nothing much else Ego can do right now. Nothing to really hit with the Extinction. Definitely looking for the bigger relics, right? Wow, those cards suck, except for Chaos Strike. Deja vu, isn't it? I keep taking that. The greatest challenge for us casters is to... Well, okay, that's something entertaining.
Oh.
It's a loot box.
Oh, okay.
So right now, I think Ego Waffle's best option is to play the Relic of Extinction to upgrade future relics, and then play the Relic of Dimensions either once or repeating it twice with the Relic Vault. And that will make his hand full, but generally speaking, thanks to the cost decrease, he should be able to play something. I don't see a reason to hold off on it either, because, I mean, there's no other relics to upgrade it, so it's not like you're gonna discount the Relic of Dimensions by even more. Alright, that's what it'll go for. Loot box! Let's see what he draws.
Another Relic of Extinction.
Alright. Oh, that's huge! The Brand Bronze Beard. Battlegrounds players, constructed players all alike are familiar with this card, right?
Love the brand. Always love the brand.
Exactly. So... Oh, no! Not again! Trido has too many cards in hand and mulligans J Stark Weaver, which Battlecry, let's keep that word in mind. Cast all foul spells you've played this game. Foul spells include Fury, which gives your hero attack, Chaos Strike, which gives your hero attack, Predation, which deals 3
Oh,
damage to your enemy. So that's why Bran being 0 mana is so important here. On a later turn, using Bran and J Starkeeper together is basically like 30 to 40 damage into your opponent's face, and then they explode.
yeah, okay. That was not a fun card to lose.
Yeah, that was really risky. Trido even had a coin in his hand. He could have just used the coin up and wasted the mana, or even used the mana on his hero power, and then made sure that Jace stayed in his hand. So that was really unfortunate.
Demons? Demons. Who knows what
You see the brand coming out early. Still huge value from the school teacher, though.
Anybody?
The school teacher will now get 2 students instead of 1. And since each Naga-Link student is a battle cry themselves, those battle cries are also doubled by Brand Bronzebeard.
Nice. Oh, that's...
Although, let's see, there's so many options for Azalon here. We're gonna see him go for some burst damage with Weighty, just spam spells. Oh, 6 damage from the double predation. Boom, boom. And then 5 damage from the normal predation, thanks to Edicino's attack. And then draws 2 more cards, so he's not out of things to do.
Ooh!
J Starkweaver! Oh no.
Oh, and with the Bran again.
Yeah. Let's do some counting. So we cannot play Jace next turn because we'll only have 7 mana from Mega Waffle. But they can play all the other foul spells. So that's... I mean, it's just so much damage. I don't think Trido will even die to the Jace Darkweaver. I think it might be over from all the other cards. Let's see where this Relic of Extinction hits though. Oh, it actually hit everything because it's repeated. So Trido will live to see another turn.
Oh, okay.
2 Relic of Phantasms. Yep.
And then the Jace also no longer is doubled.
Yes, that's
There.
absolutely correct. Okay, yeah. Kurtrus Demon Renders summoned Rush Demons are not big enough to clear the 7/7s, so Ego will opt to play Fel spells instead. Since Trido's health is so low, I think it's optimal for Ego to just play out as many Fel spells as he can, or heal with the Eldrachi Warblades and make sure he doesn't die, so that J Starkweaver can win the game next turn. Let's see what the options are. Another option even is using, doubling the Relic of Phantasms and make a board that Trido has to answer. While also still playing some Fel spells to choose with the Jace.
And so it looks like Trido has 14 on the board so far, but also the Adachi Warblades in hand.
Yeah, 2 plus 2 plus 3, let's see, 7. Hero power, 8. 8 plus 14 is 22, is that correct?
Yeah.
So Trido is 2 damage off.
Right.
You'll have to draw something off the Relic of Dimensions here. And hope it's discounted enough to do enough damage. Oh,
Let's see.
those are not it! Those are not the cards! Oh no. Oh
Things are-
no.
Not enough time.
Oh! I think he could have won. Wait. If he hadn't played Relic of Dimensions and had played Chaos Strike beforehand, he would have drawn the Predation. So that's 2 damage, 3 damage from the Predation, 5. Basically what I'm trying to say here is I think if the Chaos Strike had come down first, it might have been possible to get Eggo Waffle down to HP low enough that Fell Barrage would have targeted him as the lowest health enemy, but I'm not sure.
Oh, counting.
Also, no one saw that the score just updated. We are 2-0 for anyone tuning in or anyone currently confused. So
Okay.
Trido's now bringing the Ramp Druid. I believe Eggo will just be keeping the Relic Vault in this hand and mulliganing everything else. Any card that says Relic tends to be what you keep in Relic Demon Hunter.
Sounds good. So, very intuitive.
Yeah. And same with the Ramp Druid. I'm not so sure if Wild Growth is a single keep anymore because it costs 3 mana. Once upon a time, it costed 2 mana. It was also one of the best cards in the game. This is so it was nerfed.
It's an investment, and for it to be paying back one turn sooner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. There are a couple cards for sure that are better than the Wild Growth, so it's like the 5th best card. But okay.
Ooh.
So now we'll draw the first best card right off the top. Wild card.
I don't know very much, but I've heard that Guff is very, very, very good.
Even after the recent nerfs, Guff is still your best card in the deck. Let's be real here. We'll see. Yeah, Trido won't Innervate Wild Growth because it's a waste of the Innervate, since Innervate on 3 will ramp him up to 4 this turn, then 5 next turn. He can Guff, and if he saves this Innervate for after Guff, oh, he can't do that anymore because it gains an empty mana crystal instead of a normal mana crystal. Disregard. We see Eggo trying to make a board as much as possible, since Druid is one of the few decks that can get a ton of value once the ramp starts, so you're gonna want to kill it as quickly as you can.
Anybody?
See the Chaos Strike come out from the knot?
Oh. Okay.
So, yeah, Trido doesn't really have a great option right now, so he's just gonna draw, try to dig deeper through his deck, and also continue to ramp.
Another foul spell.
Yup. I think, yeah, Eggo's hand isn't the greatest because we don't have many relics. The current relic count is 2, I believe. As you can see on the board, those are the minions sown by the relics. But that isn't really good enough to be exposed enough to beat this druid. So I think Eggo will just spend this turn, or almost all of this turn, digging for more and more relics. Yeah, Sigil Alacrity draws cards slower. Makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Chaos Strike could have also drawn a card, but that obviously draws immediately, so the delayed Sigil draw is what we'll send out first. Not the greatest hand from Trido. I mean, he has lots of mana to do things with, but not many things to do. Just gonna keep drawing. Okay, that's something to do.
Oh. That was something.
We'll make an 8 mana 10/10.
And actually,
Put the
look
aquatic.
at it.
Put the planted evidence on top. Okay. Oh, the Relic of Extinction off the top. No way. Now, Ego can send a couple 1/1s into the Kelp Creeper and repeat the Relic of Extinction with the Relic Vault. That'll start juicing up his relics a ton, and then next turn if he bumps enough minions
I
into
grow
the Kelp Creeper
impatient.
to kill them, the Artificer Zymox at the very left of his hand will be infused and can be coined out next turn. So
Oh, okay.
this could be very huge for Ego, depending on how he plays it. Ego definitely just wants board or space on his board anyway. His board is full, but it's also full of 1/1s and 2/2s, which is probably just not really what he wants at this stage of the game anymore.
Yep, there goes.
Yep.
He has a little bit of space.
What have you sacrificed?
Okay. The demons aren't very impressive, but you also need to remember the hero power from characters. With a full board, obviously this hero power is going to get its maximum value, adding an extra 2 damage for every minion.
Ooh, so
Convoke, you won't. Oh no, is he actually gonna do it? he's gonna spin the loot box. This card is terrible. It usually does nothing, or it helps your opponent more than it helps you. Because Druid does not have any removal. Oh, look, he buffed his opponent's minion.
oh, at least that one buffed his own minion.
Wow, it killed a 2/2. Okay.
It was trying.
Yeah. He has the Naga Giants in hand, so there is justification for that. Since he now gets to play those for free. The Convoke was 8 mana, which finally discounted the Giants to cost 0 mana since he spent a lot on spells, but this didn't do anything to clear Trido's board. Yes, clear Ego's board. Trido, yes, he gained 21 armor, but Ego is about to deal just as much, if not more damage, right back. Yep. Okay, we'll see some.
News.
Yep.
There it
There
is.
it is. I want to see maybe more trading so that the Artificer's Relic of Extinction will hit the giants instead of hitting the tiny trees. It's probably optimal. Ego's doing some calculations in his head.
Fast math. Fast math.
Yeah, he kept one of the 2/2s off. And we'll see why in a moment with how the Relics of Extinction play out. 6 damage twice.
Wings.
Okay, it hits the 2/2.
Doing damage.
All of these cards suck, but Sigil Acuity is best. Yeah, I guess because Ego knew that the range of the Relics of Extinction, they would do maybe around 6 damage. So 6 plus 4 is 10 for that giant that was there. So he left 4 damage. He didn't attack with that 4 damage in order to ensure that he had a chance at least to clear the biggest number.
Okay.
That's a great Onyxia top deck. Helps try to clear a ton of minions, but that's still a lot of power and a lot of damage. On Ego's side. Another Relic of Dimensions!
Relic.
Oh god! Oh god! Gamers love loot boxes.
There is no measure to my fury.
Is he not going to play it this turn? He's going to focus on damage. Oh, he's going to play exactly to 5 mana. And then send everything as damage.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Or not?
Does he have lethal? Oh my lord, he has lethal. He did the
Oh.
math. He did the math.
No need for loot boxes, I guess.
No need for loot boxes when you can win off of skill alone. Eggo Waffle is not a loot box opener. He's not pay to win.
Not going for the, not for the fun gambles.
Yeah. Oh my god. I can't believe I missed that. Honestly, I was talking about how much power was left on the board. I kind of didn't count. There's 4 plus 4 plus 7. At least 15. And then a little bit more. A little bit more than 15. And then the extra damage from the hero power as well. So,
Because I think the armor was at 15 and the health was at 15
yeah.
at the turn. So
That was very close to a one-hit KO, actually, just now. Which is what Relic Demon Hunter is best at, with either Jaces or, yeah, those kind of hero powers from the Kurtrus.
and so I believe Eggo will be so keeping the Demon Hunter, and then I forgot which deck is left for.
I believe
Right.
that's it. That was
Oh,
3
that was
wins.
it?
Yes, that was
Oh.
3 wins from the Relic Demon
Oh,
Hunter.
what
It
fast.
was another fast 3-0 sweep is actually what happened here. So, yeah, we are for this round 2 match. We are done actually. We can try to switch to another match if we're all down with that. Let's try to look at another match in progress and commentate on it.
Yeah.
All right, I will be right back as we're just going to DM some players and see if we can cast their match in the middle. So we'll be right back. Hello stream, we are back at it again. This time we are looking at still a round 2 match, but between SOU Temple, a joint team for this tournament only, and Carleton University.
Yep, and we're looking at a mirror matchup of Druids again.
Yep. Unfortunately, we don't know the exact score of that, but hey Nux, do you know who won the last round?
Oh.
Do you remember if it was Chicken or Owl?
I do not remember which one won, Chicken or Owl.
That's all good. They have not reported their scores on our tournament page, which is okay, but unfortunately we just won't know what they've been up to and what the scoreline is. So please bear with us as the scoreline will currently remain at 0-0. Okay, interesting. Do you see the Anaconda, Lady Anaconda?
Yes,
Now,
I do. Oh.
yeah.
Nature spells cost. Well, that sure helps with ramping up to what you need.
Yeah, that's not a card we see as often anymore in the Ramp Druids. It's a card that used to be run when Celestial Alignment was very popular, but it's since been cut ever since the nerfs to that card. So very interesting that we have it in this match.
Would you predict that would mean that wouldn't play like cards such as like Miracle Growth until you get that Lady Anaconda down?
Yeah, so I just took a look at their deck lists, right? And Super Chicken, I didn't notice it on their first match because they actually never needed to play it, if you remember. He is running the Celestial Alignment version, which you just saw come down, right?
Okay.
Its old effect was that it would hit both players, actually. So, it used to hit both players, but now it only hits quote-unquote your cards in the hand and deck. So, Owl is the one. Oh my lord. Nope, it's both of them. Both of them are running Celestial Alignment. This is what happens when you join a match in the middle of it. But both teams are running this Alignment Druid, which is definitely a tech choice. Considering the environment that we're in of the last year standing. They must have determined that the Celestial Alignment version is better than the traditional version in our format today.
Okay.
And you can see things go crazy when all of your cards in Ramp Druid that usually cost 10 or 8 mana are now suddenly costing 1 mana.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, that makes everything really nice and easy to play.
It's not the greatest stretch. I expect to see probably Utopior, the Shubagazor. It'll give, right now, Nice Jewish Owl obviously has the edge in terms of value and how many things they can do thanks to Celestial Alignment. But perhaps Topior and the Dragon's Effect will help Super Chicken catch up and stabilize before he can find his own Celestial Alignment. For now, we'll see the scale again, but also another aquatic form. So maybe we'll see Topior this time. There we go.
There.
And looks like, yeah, Super Chicken certainly does not want to take 20 plus damage, so he's gonna reduce as much power with this own Onyxia as he can. Uh-oh, Brant. Uh-oh.
Oh, Extreza.
Does Owl have a way to find his other brand? He has another guidance. Oh my god! Oh my god, Super Chicken is dead! Is Super Chicken dead?
Who knows what secrets
You gonna play Bran? He's gonna play 2 Alex Strazas at Super Chicken's face. Those do 16 damage each.
Oh!
Because of the double threat from Brant. He draws the other card thanks to Moonlit Guidance. And he is dead from 40 HP. From exactly 32 HP. No, 30. Yeah, it was 40. It was 16 plus 16 plus 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, from exactly 40 HP. Super Chicken is dead.
I feel like as soon as we come in, people are like, nope, we need to speedrun this. We just need to go fast, get this done.
Oh my god.
Oh, and that must have been that was not the final game, apparently.
Yeah, I believe the scoreline, now that we have an update, is 2 and 2.
2 and 2. Okay.
So that's what we're going to be working with. I believe it was 2 and 1 just now, before that match. And now it is 2 and 2 thanks to that scamazing victory from
Mhm.
Nice Jewish Owl.
I see you brought guests.
Alright, so this is a very interesting matchup. We've got the Warlock from Super Chicken that did super well the first round versus the Druid.
Nice.
So,
Library.
yeah. I expect it to come down, but obviously not activated this turn because it doesn't have any demons.
Mhm.
The Warlock generally has a slightly favored matchup, I believe, since it can go really hard with a swarm of demons against the Druid and really whittle its health down. And even after the Druid gets some stabilization and takes back the board, the Warlock tends to use the curses to finish the Druid off. So it's a tough spot for the Druid, usually. And I say usually, it's that he just drew a Druid of the Reef, which is going to kill the Flame Imp, so it can't be buffed with the Bottle Library. And he also has Guff in his hand, and other ramp to get 2 Guff.
Guess that.
Super Chicken will say, no, I hate you. I'm going to draw the best card in this situation with 3 mana and make a 5/5. And we'll see, oh my god, that's 7 cards. 6 imps in addition to the original draw.
These books are ruined.
Okay. We're gonna see the board, a ton of power on Super Chicken's side. And obviously Guff on 5 is like the correct thing you can do at any point in the game. So we're gonna see that come out from Nice Jewish Owl. But we don't have the scale of Onyxia. That means that it's gonna be so much damage going into Nice Jewish Owl's face this turn.
Mhm.
He's doing some math, making sure the Ball Library goes to an optimal target in case Jewish Owl does get the scale of Onyxia. That currently gives 1, 2, 3, +5, +5, I believe, since it's 5 imps on board.
Oh, it clears up space.
Yep. For even more minions. Yeah, a scale of Onyxia is going to clear 3 things, but it's going to leave 10 power on the board. But we shouldn't really even be talking about a scale of Onyxia because that's not in Owl's hand right now.
Mhm. Looking for something.
He's dead.
Oh,
There's
yep.
nothing. One weakness of the alignment version of the deck, sometimes you see that it can get lots of ramp and do 40 damage into his face. But unlike the other normal ramp druid version, because it tries to go so hard top heavy, you kind of die to Vile Library even harder.
Oh,
Yeah.
that one also went quite fast.
Yeah. To be fair, we came into it on the 4th game out of 5, so just about to get
True,
started.
true.
Yeah. Yeah. The Fiendish Circle top deck on turn 3 was so hard for Super Chicken. Without that, he would not have had nearly as much pressure against the Druid. Well, I think that did go to game 5, so I would expect that Swiss round 3 might be starting very soon.
Let-
Let's,
gonna try to take a peek to see if any other
yeah,
games have updated with a finish. Okay, it looks like we've had 4 of our um 6 matches have a final result.
yeah, and all the other games are, one team is already up 2, so I'm going to say for now, we're going to take a quick intermission again, but we should be back very soon for round 3. All right, I will see you guys in just a moment. Hello, we are back with round three of Swiss. This time we've got a new contender on stream. Both of these teams are, I believe, 2 and 0.
So we have, I believe, Carleton and UCB.
Yep. So UCB, they have technically Robot Wizard is their player who is playing, but he will be playing on his teammate Dreadeye's account. For anyone unfamiliar, this is totally legal in Collegiate Hearthstone. Any of the 3 players registered can play on any of the 3 accounts registered. And in fact, there may be some very familiar names on this year's UCB roster. In addition to Robot Wizard, we have German Shep, who is a MT contender quite often. And Dreadeye is actually a Masters Tour player who is starting his first year at UCB. Just started it, so this is a stacked team. Something I'm definitely looking forward to for the remainder of this tournament and for the upcoming Collegiate Hearthstone season.
Is there anything else that coming up that UMich will be participating in for Collegiate Hearthstone?
Yes, indeed. So what we're going to be having is just yesterday actually the season for this fall was announced. Regular season going to run from October to early November, and then playoffs will be throughout November. It's just going to be the official Collegiate Hearthstone circuit sponsored by Blizzard. And that's going to be our main competitions, in addition to some individual or smaller competitions here and there.
Nice. Okay, I believe the bands just came in and they're both hunter bands, it looks like.
All right. A little bit of a change of pace compared to the last time. Again, Hunter just super strong, plays minions on curve, and just super powerful, can beat anything, even though it has a pretty predictable game plan, right? It can still just, I mean, it's like feels bad sometimes because it's predictable, but you can't do anything about it.
So with both hunters being banned, it looks like we have a warlock and sorry,
Yep, looks like we've started the matches. We have Warlock from Carlton and Shaman from UCB here.
Shaman, okay.
Yeah. So both lists, we've seen this Warlock time and time again. Super popular pick this tournament. Just Imp and Curses hybrid. But this is the first time we're seeing Shaman on stream.
Yes. Is there anything specific I should look out for with the shaman?
Yeah, so the Shaman, excuse me, it's a very unique control deck in that, as you can see it's doing now, it runs Murlocs, which is fairly unheard of in a previous control deck. It has the ability to take a board like this and play a lot of minions early, thanks to the discount from the Clownfish. As you can see, your next 2 Murlocs cost 2 less. But obviously, as a control deck, it also has a ton of ways to win in the early game. For example, the Sire Denathrius you can currently see in Dreadeye's hand, or the hero power, or excuse me, hero card that Shaman can transform into. So it's a great kind of hybrid deck that can win on both the board and in terms of long-term value.
Okay. And it looks like we're just seeing imps on the board from Super Chicken.
Yeah, not a great start, right? Just a bunch of 1/1 imps. No vile libraries to be seen. No mischievous imps to be seen. Really not very great. very slow start and a ton of removal in Super Chicken's hand, which is not what you want to see right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a library, but already 2 of the imps are gone, so...
Yeah, a very small library, like one you'd find in the living room, not so much a cathedral, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder.
I think, yeah, I mean, maybe it just has Syracuse Cultist as the biggest body and the touch the Netherrim to help contest the board here. I'll push a little damage phase. Again, very not great situation for Super Chicken at the current moment.
And
Scalding Geyser or the Spirit Mount? I think it's usually Scalding Geyser. It's always good to be able to select your next card that you draw from top of your deck. As the Dredge keyword will bring something, it looks at the bottom 3 cards of your own deck and picks one to put on top. So it's like
okay.
underwater exploration in that sense.
Mm.
Yep. So I'm wondering here if... I think the Dragged Below always comes down on the 4/4. It's just a very good 4 damage and 2/4 damage rate. I'm not sure if we'll see the Hero Power or the Vile Library come down though. The Vile Library banks some mana for later, while the Hero Power draws some cards, which is definitely what Super Chicken needs. Looks like he'll opt for the Vile Library.
Yep, and now the board is clear on Dreadeye side.
Yup, for sure. I'm also guessing that Super Chicken has the Dreadwitch Tamsin, which he's almost certainly playing next turn. So he decided, okay, this hero card will draw me 3 cards, so I'm not going to spend my mana drawing a 4th one. It's kind of diminishing returns, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Mutinous. Oh, and hits the brand. Yeah. That Mutinous only costed 5 mana because Dreadeye had kept it this whole time, discounted from the earlier Clownfish. So he doesn't want to take. Yeah. It's a great opportunity though. Fill up Dreadeye's hand with a ton of curses, so Dreadeye... Oh, never mind. One of those curses is going to disappear, so he won't burn any cards. But that was 2 plus 3 plus 4, 9 damage right into Dreadeye's face.
so would Dreadeye going to empty to not try to get any more curses, or?
Yeah, this is a great question, because the question, right, is if Dreadeye plays nothing here, obviously that's not good. But if he does choose to play nothing, you can't give more curses to a full hand.
Oh, yeah.
So I doubt that's what he's trying to do here, but if he draws enough cards and plays some minions, it could be a good line. Right? He plays the Sleepbreaker, but he still has 10 cards in hand after that. Okay, looks like he's gonna play the Nagaling. Try to kill Tamsin so that she doesn't copy any more spells. These are not good dredges. You don't want any of these cards to have them deck. Yeah, alright. Looks like Dreadeye's going to go for the option of just killing the Tamsin. It's okay if he takes some curses to the hand. Very good rage from the Tamsin here. Clears the enemy board completely while drawing a bunch of cards. That's one imp. Just one imp. Okay. Not a bad rate. Yeah, main problem for Dreadeye here is that he's going to be taking a lot of curse damage. Hitting the brand is very helpful to not, double any future curses given to him, but Dreadeye's not seeing any of his heals in his hand right now, except for Sire Denethris. Might expect to see the Famished Fool just to draw some extra cards right now. Not sure if there's any better option for Jedi. Ooh, Schooling is a great card to see right now, actually.
Oh. That takes some damage off the board.
Yep. And every single minion that dies is going to charge up Dreadeyes Nathanies for later. So that's one of the many reasons why Schooling is such a good card in this deck. It's one card for 3 infuses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good Imp top deck to further juice the impending capacity draws. And also a great Fiendish Circle top deck. Oh boy, to use with 2 file libraries because that's lethal. Yeah, I would say the main thing that happened with Dreadeye was he was not able to get such explosive start that, for example, the Murlocs are known for. He didn't get his battle cry cheating cards of his own, and then just constantly could not take the board. Was always cleared out. Carlton just kept pressuring, and the curses dealt too much damage to recover.
Okay. So, looks like we'll be seeing Super Chicken's deck again.
One risk, I suppose, of the last Hero Standing format is that yes, the same deck might be played over and over again, but this once again, on the other hand, this is often outweighed by the loser's ability to simply choose a deck that counters the winning hero as hard as possible, which is what UC Berkeley is going to do right now.
Priest. Oh.
This is not the first we've seen of Priest itself, but this is the first we're seeing of Thief Priest. So, the Thief Priest is a pretty hard control deck. It's got a lot of removal, a lot of value, a lot of healing, but also the Thief part is that it steals the actual cards or copies cards from its opponent. So it's really good against a deck like Warlock, which has these cards like the curses, right? Each curse gets better only after you play other curses. Or the Vial Library only works when you have as many imps as possible. So stealing these key cards away from the Warlock is pretty devastating.
And what would the best strategy to counter the stealing of like key cards from the Warlock is there?
As the answer so often is, kill them before they do that.
And the 40 health does not help with the killing of them
No,
as fast as you can.
it really doesn't. Lots of early removal, or at least specifically the light it burns from Jedi here. So early removal to take out the 3/2, and having 2 1/1s on turn 2 is just a very depressing sight to see from the Warlock. See, that's one. Yep, he takes an AoE, and he takes yet another removal. So these aren't stolen, they're only copies of said cards. But there are other cards yet that will actually steal the original copy. Yep, nothing worth removing here. I'm just gonna see Jedi heal. Super Chicken's extreme lack of Vial Library is very unfortunate, you know. Okay. And
Maybe.
speak of the devil and the devil.
There it is.
He can simply draw 7 cards and most likely hit a Vial Library off the top. However, Dreadeye's hand actually allows him to respond to this. Najak Hexen will steal the Vial Library Dominion. It's definitely a powerful attack card. Not only is the Thief Priest going to steal your cards, it's also going to steal your minions.
Oh, okay. It just steals everything.
No original ideas. So, while Najak will give the minion back when it dies, it means that Super Chicken cannot attack with it this turn because it will be treated as if it was summoned this turn. So that 7 damage will not be going to Jedi's face. And so it's a huge damage mitigation there.
And also looks like Super Chicken is trading out a few minions to take care of that and get the imp back.
Yeah, Super Chicken did not have a drag below to deal Queen for damage, so he also had to sacrifice some minion presence as well, which makes his Vow Library worse. That's a little bit of an order mistake actually, because if he had traded just one imp away and then hit the life dab, he could have played the Vow Library before trading the second imp away and buffed for one extra point of stats. Looks like we've got someone disconnected.
Okay.
Hopefully everything is okay.
I'm assuming disconnecting on a one-on-one format is not quite the same as Battlegrounds.
Nope, it's not. In fact, in a friendly format, this timer can go very, very long. And thankfully we're back very fast.
Oh, and there's another Vile Library played.
Yep.
A lot of face damage.
Yeah. As I was mentioning earlier, though, could have been one more point of face damage. Could have mattered. Right?
True, true.
Yeah. Because now Dreadeye's Queen the Scene is not good. It destroys all minions with 3 or less attack. But there are not many relevant minions with 3 or less attack. And even the infused version is 6 or less attack, which is not. 6 is less than 7. It's a guessing game. You have to guess which card started in your opponent's hand, deck, and what is it? I believe one is hand, one is deck.
One was starting hand? Was it?
Yes, I believe so. Starting hand, current hand, and deck should be the 3 places you need to guess where they're from.
And it looks like
He
got
got
all
right.
of them correct.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, it is in fact current hand, starting hand, deck. So that got him a lot of things, but it's not going to do too much. Can't clear any of the power on the board unless we, just gonna play minions. Okay.
Did that ended up being neutral between the losing 3 health to the Flame Imp and then was it gaining 3 health from the
Touch. Yeah.
touch?
You're right. Like Dreadeye hit himself for 3 and then healed himself for 3, so you're right, it would be neutral.
To negate, was that one? I think he took out the one imp.
Yep, it killed the 1/1 imp. It is relevant because it's technically 2/2 imp because of the Vow Library.
True.
So
Okay.
technically, yes, it's a 2/2. However, with all of that being said, this is not a good situation still. The saving grace here is that Dreadeye on next turn 6, he can play the Abyssal Wave, which deals 4 damage to all minions. So Super Chicken has to be careful with where he sends his Vow Library buffs so that his minions don't get cleared.
And it looks like it's interesting because Super Chicken spent most of the damage on clearing the board. Oh no, those were with.
Yeah, he cleared the board with spells. Oh, great top deck. Top deck's the Light It Burns. 1 mana, prevent 11 damage. And he clears the rest of the board with the Light It Burns.
Oh, nice.
That was potentially the only card in Dreadeye's deck, once again, that could have saved him from that situation there. Because Queen the Scene would not have cleared that 11 imp.
There's 2 curses already down to. pretty low.
So we're just gonna opt to play 6 mana, deal 2 damage, because the Mischievous Imp or anything else that he can play is going to get destroyed by his own Abyssal Wave that Dreadeye copied earlier. So what he's trying to do now is play the Abyssal Wave, which is notably a shadow spell. And then the 5 mana Lady Darkfane in his hand will copy the Abyssal Waves to keep chaining more and more curses.
Let the ritual of absolution commence.
Okay.
And that's both Abyssal Waves. Abyssal Wave triggers, kills the other shade to trigger another Abyssal Wave. And I don't... No, Dreadeye's dead. It's 3 plus 4. Yup, that's exactly... One curse dealing 3, the other dealing 4. Yeah.
And so now we're 2-0 to Carlton, correct?
You are absolutely correct.
And Carlton gets to keep the Warlock.
It's... We were talking about how a Thief Priest might be a superior deck, or at least a counter deck early on with all the removal it runs, but I wasn't going to let my personal bias show at the time, but I think Thief Priest is a terrible, terrible deck. But didn't pull through this time, so it's a little bit of confirmation bias.
Your soul shall be mine.
Okay, and so now we have a Rogue Warlock matchup. Looks like.
Yeah, Cal Berkeley brought, in fact, a Shark Rogue. So Shark Rogue is centered around Loan Shark, which is Battle Cry, give your opponent a coin, but Death Rattle, you get 2 coins. It's basically loaning your opponent a coin and taxing your opponent for 2 more.
Investment.
Exactly, investment. In this case, though, he's not going to start out with the Loan Shark, okay? Play the Shattered Shambler. Battle Cry, your next Death Rattle minion costs 1 less, but immediately dies when played. That's a good thing when you're using the Loan Shark.
Oh, because then get your coins. Fast investment. Rapid return investment then.
Exactly, to the moon, immediately. And then we have cards like the Snowfall Graveyard in Dreadeye's hand, which says your Death Rattle is triggered twice. So now we're really, really getting some investment. And Sketchy Information. Draw a Death Rattle card that costs 4 or less. Trigger its Death Rattle. So once Dreadeye has a crap ton of coins from all of those cards, the goal after that is probably going to be to either pop off with some very high cost cards, or combo with cards like the Sinstone Graveyard, which summons a ghost that has bigger stats for every card you've played this turn.
Oh, and do coins count as cards?
Yes, they do indeed. So basically the goal usually is to get a crap ton of coins, use all of those coins to do a lot of drawing, because that's what Rogue excels at, and then you find your payoffs like the Graveyard.
Nice.
There's the Graveyard.
There.
So yeah, what this Rogue is looking for now is actual Death Rattle minions to trigger the Death Rattles with. Ooh, threatening with Bran. Yeah, the Rogue really lacks any kind of removal spells here as well, so can just kind of play the Bran without being punished. Let's see, what other Death Rattle cards are in this deck that can be drawn? Is it just a Loan Shark?
Oh, there's.
It is just a Loan Shark. Yeah, so it's guaranteed to hit the Loan Shark.
Yep, and there's one in the hand right now. And
this is not actually the greatest situation here, because we have the Loan Shark, we have the Shroud of Concealment, but that only draws minions. So we're really lacking a lot of the spells necessary. I think what's optimal here is to wait a turn like this, try to get a bunch of coins and use them with Edwin, the pirate, who will.
Let the ritual of
With the coins,
absolution
he
commence.
draws a card, and for every card you play that he drew, it draws another. So he draws one, you play it, and it draws another, and you play it, etc., etc.
But it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, playing some coins. I was gonna say the Dreadeye's hand was getting kind of full. It seemed.
I think Dreadeye right now is needs to not die. So it looks like he will play as many things as he can to simply prevent him from dying right now. By playing the Forsaken Lieutenants, each of them become copies of the Loan Sharks when the Loan Shark is played. Remember, the Loan Shark will die immediately due to the Shatter Shambles effect. So that's 4 coins. And so each of these Forsaken Lieutenants that are now copies of the Loan Shark are going to net him 2 extra mana. You pay 2 mana to play the Lieutenant, but you get 4 coins back from the Loan Shark.
Okay.
And now we'll see why this is actually beneficial in helping Dreadeye not die this turn. In just a moment, as all of these coin animations are going off. Yep, he'll make space in his hand, and then let the other one shark die. Oh! Yep! Super Chicken has conceded. The reason why Super Chicken conceded, for anyone currently confused, is because there are 4 minions in the rogue, or there are a limited number of minions in the rogue deck. And what Super Chicken realized was that he was going to die to a card like Necrolord Draka, which was in. Of course, Super Chicken didn't necessarily know, but we knew. And Necrolord Draka says, equip a 1/3 dagger weapon. It has 1 extra card, 1 extra attack for each other card you played this turn. So, you can see with. I don't know how many coins that was. I'm not gonna do the counting, but
I think my animation of all the coins ended up finishing, and you got the weapon with, I believe, 23.
oh, you saw 23.
Yep, and Super Chicken was at 27, I believe, health.
Wow. Yeah.
And
23.
it just finished up, so now I can see the next game.
Oh wow, that's very interesting. Hearthstone is a esports friendly, game. So thank you for giving us that information. That's actually very important to know, because
It's just, as you were saying it, it was happening right in front of my eyes.
yeah, because of course, from my perspective, Super Chicken could have misplayed, right? It was entirely possible that Dreadeye was bluffing, and he just had a bunch of coins and nothing to do with the coins. But I understand now that from Super Chicken's actual perspective, he was facing a 23 damage dagger in the face.
Yeah, I may be just a little laggy. I don't know.
All good. No, it's very helpful for you to have seen. So
We're on to Rogue versus Priest, with
Mhm.
Dreadeye keeping the Rogue, Super Chicken Priest.
Yep. So this is a different priest, yet quite similar to the ones we've seen so far. This is still a priest that likes to use the discounts from Radiant Elemental and the wigs, or excuse me, not the wigs, but rather the draw and the buffs from Handmaiden in order to basically make a very large minion early on. So it's more of a combo style deck rather than a long-term board deck like the Naga Priest is usually.
Okay.
Yeah. Excuse me. It does use wigs. That is part of the buffs, but it's more like the wigs are used up on one turn, and they aren't used much more. Okay.
There's the Handmaiden.
Yep. Juice it up. He's gonna let his cards burn because Super Chicken feels that he already has enough resources to cast a sufficient number of spells. You can tell because of the Radiant Elementals. Oh, he has all of his minions in his hand and a wig. So Super Chicken feels that it's enough to get a huge combo turn. The silence also helps a lot because the Forsaken Lieutenant cannot become a copy of the Shark anymore, so it's a waste of mana from Jedi Stone. Okay. Going to see. Yeah, Jedi has a tough turn here.
Choose soon.
He's gonna play the Bone Spike first, and then play the Graveyard to prepare his Death Rattles for later. I'm not even sure if he plays the Lone Shark though. Yeah. He can't really play the Lone Shark this turn because if, for any reason, the Lone Shark does die, his hand is gonna be too full to contain all the coins and draw something else that's a payoff. Here goes Super Chicken, spamming as many spells as he possibly can.
Nice.
And remember, since he has Priestess Bellish, every spell gains 1 mana back.
It's free real estate.
Yep. Let's Thrive in the Shadows, Serpent Wig. Yep, that is that it? No, almost there, but it's not exactly lethal, but it's very, very close. That's for sure.
Your purpose
Just
awaits.
Oh,
I guess.
yep. I was joking when I said very big. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to trick you there, but a 24-26 minion that is actually bigger than a 23 attack dagger. Yeah, that's gonna lock Dreadeye out of the game completely.
yep. And I believe that was match 2, right?
That was match 4.
Oh, match
Actually.
4, but 3 for Carlton.
Is that correct? Oh, was I keeping score wrong? I guess so. Yeah, that was 3 because they won. I'm so sorry to any Carlton fans. I just baited with the score line, but you're right. Carlton won with the Warlock with. Wait,
Unless I
no, I think you're right.
wait, no, wait.
Huh?
I'm
Yep.
now I'm.
No, you're correct. The official tournament page has Super Chicken 3-1 against Red Eye. Apologies for my inability to properly track the scoreline, but I believe Super Chicken's Warlock won once. The final deck, the Priest, won once, and oh, it must have been the Warlock won twice. Excuse me. The Warlock won twice, then was defeated, and then the Priest won once. So that's a total of 3 wins for Carlton. Apologies once again to any Carlton fans. Yes, indeed.
Carlton.
3-1 Carlton. 3-1 Carlton from Toronto.
3-1 Carleton University.
Yes, not Carleton College, but Carleton University. Alright, let's see. That was actually, apparently, we are very, very cursed as casters. That was the second match that finished today. So, let's see. Of any other matches we can try to spectate. We'll be right back as we try to find one. See you in a moment. we are back with a match currently in progress between Simon Fraser University and UCLA Esports. UCLA is up 2-1 at the current moment. We have a matchup between Relic Demon Hunter and Ramp Druid. It looks dire for the Demon Hunter though, as the Sire Denathrius can deal 20 damage. The Topior can deal 5 damage. That's a total of 25. And Diamond has 26 HP on the board. Sire Denathrius does not have the Omega High roll to immediately kill Diamond. We do see that he's at 1 HP right now. He does have an Artificer Zymox to spin the loot box and try to draw some cards that will help him out of this. And as long as Diamond can heal, Monster won't be able to kill him as he only has 1 direct damage available from the Hero Power. But no healing. No healing from Diamond's side. I don't know if there's anything in his deck that he can top deck. Yep, Diamond knows it. A very, very rare lethal, but the Druid Hero Power hits Diamond to close out the game. That's unfortunate. Well fought, even though we only got the tail end of that match. Hopefully, we'll be able to grab another game that lasts a little bit longer this time. So we'll be right back once more. Hello, and welcome back to our Back to School Invitational. We have our final round of Swiss today.
Yep. Doesn't look like we're quite started yet, but it looks like we have UCLA and I believe University of Victoria.
Yes, that is correct. Another one of our teams hailing from Canada, this time from British Columbia. We have the UVic Vikes, led by Neji Boston. So,
Yep.
yeah.
And do we have the bands for this matchup quite yet?
Looks like they're still preparing, but considering the fact that both of them brought a hunter, my wild guess is that hunter will be banned from both sides. And even if it's not officially announced to us, if either of them queues up the hunter, we'll know that hunter was not banned because they will queue it first.
We'll play it by eyes, I guess, not ears.
We'll play it by spectator. UCLA is headed by Mostar in his final year of undergraduate. Um, but he's still going strong. He hasn't lost any steam. In fact, currently has a single-digit legend rank right now. So Neji Boston though isn't slacking either. So this will be a very good match with playoff implications on the line for Neji. Unfortunately, Mostar was not able to secure playoffs. He is out of contention at the moment. But will he grief Neji Boston and prevent him from going to playoffs? That is the question we are asking today.
Yep. And do we have any of the players for tomorrow set in stone yet? Oh, I believe the match has just started.
Awesome. And yes, there are some players who are guaranteed to make it. If I look at the standings, I believe Eggo Waffle, RIT, Super Chicken from Carleton, they're both 3-0 right now. So those are the two teams that are currently guaranteed to make it. So we'll transition over now to the game.
Oh, and I believe.
Oh, that's a hunter.
Yeah, we have a hunter. So we don't exactly know what's banned, but right now we have a hunter and
A priest.
priest.
Yeah, this is actually a crazy hand from Molestar. So he has a little bit of a curve on turn 2, turn 3, but he's gonna probably try and find the Asjaran Saber.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, right there. So now he has a curve. Turn 2, Selective Breeder. Turn 3, Harpoon Gun. And then turn 4, Asjaran Saber. Turn 5, Pet Collector. As you're saying, you just do counting. It's like teaching a baby how to count with this deck. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then
No
every
wasted
individual
mana. Nowhere.
no wasted mana. I believe Neji Boston did not ban the Hunter because thanks to his lineup, the Naga Priest actually that he is currently playing is one of the decks that is a little bit better against the Hunter. It's a fairly even matchup in terms of the stats and the data. So I guess Neji Boston's confident that his Priest can be the last hero standing over Molestar's Hunter.
We'll see.
Yep. Normally, Molestar is running the Hunter version with Blade Master Saburo, so it's a little bit more of a control-y deck, adding some AoE damage that Hunter usually does not have. I didn't quite see. Did you see what was dredged with the harpoon gun?
Oh, I did not see what was dredged with the harpoon
Now
gun,
we see it.
unfortunately. Oh,
The wild spirits. Yeah. Okay, so Molestar will still play Saber anyway. And he won't attack with this harpoon gun, so that once the Saber dies, he can be guaranteed to fish up the Sunken Saber from the bottom of his deck and discount it.
Oh, okay.
So Neji has a Cathedral set up. He really wants to play a minion here so he can start drawing cards with the Cathedral. Definitely not, he doesn't have enough mana or resources to really commit right now, even though he has one wig. So I'd expect to see the Treasure Guard come down and buffed by the wig and buffed by the Cathedral. Oh, not buffed by the Cathedral. Very smart. This prevents the Azjaran Saber for dying, which actually makes it so that Mostar cannot get the Sunken Saber guaranteed. But doesn't really seem to matter because Mostar just says, okay, I can still count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
More face damage.
Yep. So Erewhon summons one of each wild seed. Then there are three kinds, of course. And the wild spirits that Mostar currently has in his hand means that these wild seeds awaken one turn earlier the moment he plays it. So this is a huge follow-up combo that Mostar can do. And I'm not so sure if Neji can really do anything about it. Maybe if he discovers a Priestess Velish, he can try to contest this board and have a huge pop-off, but right now this is really kind of depressing. Yeah, he's trying to hit the Velish now. Oh my god, he hit it!
Oh.
This is huge. Neji does have to speed up a little bit though, now that his animations are long and the rope is going. Yep, he's gonna play Bless, and then he's gonna play Boon of the Ascended to get a humongous minion and his Radiant. That was, I don't know what the odds there are on that Discover, but that may have just won Neji's game. Because I can assure you that Mostar is not clearing this board.
Yeah.
One small issue with Mostar's play as well is that the Selective Reader discovers not the original minion, but the copy of minion. Usually that's a good thing, because you can draw 2 copies and have them both play. But that means the Pet Collector on the leftmost side of his hand will not summon the Sunken Saber guaranteed. It has a 50-50 to summon either the Sunken Saber or the Azjaran Saber. And one of those is much stronger than the other in this situation. Okay, he hits the Sunken Saber. But another problem, the Sunken Saber might just summon the Azjaran Saber, and not one of his bigger beasts that he wants to summon.
Not there.
Okay, he got a taunt minion, so he's not going to be dead yet. Let's see, we're looking at Neji Boston's board and his hand. Looks to me as if he has plenty of resources to continue outvaluing Mostar.
Sorry, Squishy, I'm working.
The only weakness Neji has right now is a lack of draw, because what's in his hand is all he has.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
It seems like he has a really good ability to play spells if you get any.
Yep. Imagine he wants to trade off the 1-cost minions before playing the Shadow Word Devour, or 1 health minions rather, because his own minions will die. Yep, he's gonna try and push as much damage as possible. He's found a way to push to clear all the taunts and let that 17 damage Kyrian connect to the face.
Oh. And so that means looks like but that's no a taunt on the board for Molstar.
Yep.
But no.
Not enough. He does have this mountain bear, which is another 3 taunts, but it saves him this turn. Doesn't really save him for any turns afterwards. Still in a tough spot here. Neji's minions just have too much health. Oh, that's a perfect top deck. The Amalgam is gonna discover another Naga, which means that we'll have a bunch more wig chains coming off.
Ooh,
Or
okay.
2 wigs specifically, but and the Cathedral is back online, which means you'll draw maybe even more Nagas for more wigs. That's even worse. Let's get the AoE from Blade Master Samuro will help clear away the smaller taunts generated from the Mountain Bear as well.
So I saw that earlier Neji used the cathedral to oh okay. He was gonna go with the welcome to the bear spirit.
Yep, and he found lethal. Oh wait. Oh no, did not matter. It was lethal anyway. Yeah, exactly. Because one option was to give it to that last Murkwater Scribe to give it lethal to go face, or he could have given the second wig to Samuro in order to clear both taunts with Samuro. So it was lethal either way, right there for Neji.
So the hunter, we did see a hunter, but it looks like we won't be seeing it anymore.
Yeah, actually, Hunter has a 0% win rate on stream today, even though we've hailed it and hyped it up as the best deck for the whole day. So now, you might be looking a little silly, but this isn't too big of a problem for Molstar, because thankfully, he has...
Molstar has
Will defend the flame. You asked for it.
I was gonna say, Molstar has both a rogue and a priest of his own, so it's not like the priest is too strong to overcome for him here, because both of those decks have enough capability to defeat a priest.
So now we're going with mage, I believe. How does that match up against the priest?
Ah, yes. So a mage it might look like, but in fact,
Oh,
Molstar is playing rogue.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He's playing Maestra of the Masquerade, which obviously Neji knows that it's rogue because it's the only class that can disguise itself as another class. But there are a lot of synergies that rogue has. For example, the leftmost, Wild Paw Null, costs 1 less for each card that you've gotten from another class. So since he currently counts as a mage, every rogue card he draws counts as not a mage card, which means that the Wild Paw Null gets discounted progressively.
Oh, okay.
So, although this rogue tends to be very confusing, especially on your first couple of times playing it, it's a much more of a patient deck. You really want to be... It's kind of a sister or a cousin to the Shark Rogue as well. You're trying to play a lot of different cards on one turn in order to grab some huge payoffs. Molstar actually finds a line to discount his Wild Pawn Null to 0 and also clear the threat that is the Naga on Nejibasta's side. That's a Najak Exen. He's really good against the buffed up minion that on Neji's side. Looks like he stole that with Reconnaissance, which adds a Death Rattle minion from another class to your hand. Okay. And now Neji's kind of stuck, actually. He was really relying on that Vicious Slither Spear to stick. Usually, the rogue has to be very slow. The earliest it can usually play any kind of offensive minions or Wild Paw Gnolls is on turn 3. But honestly speaking, if you get lucky and you see the lines, you can start playing the Gnolls on turn 2 for 0 mana. And that's just what Molstar did. So that's why we said earlier the rogue is very good at sometimes beating the priest here. It's not an unfavored matchup in a big way.
Oh, and there's a steal.
Yup. Neji had to use his mana cheat, right? Neji had no other option except to try and play a minion to contest the board. But this high roll to loot box Najak exit just makes it a nightmare. Why does Neji have so many golden legendaries? This guy's got pockets for a lot of luck. Alright. Molstar's gonna go for the Shroud. Not gonna prep it because he is very likely to get a Wild Paw Gnoll that obviously he can play anyway for 0 mana. So he's gonna save the preparations for mana discounts later. And he Shadow Steps to Najak. So the interaction here is Najak Hexen says, Death Rattle, give the minion back. But if he's not there...
He just like completely gets rid of the need to give the minion back.
Exactly. And Molstar can play the Najak Hexen again, but when this quote-unquote new Najak Hexen dies, it will only give back the second minion. So this priestess is permanently Molstar's now.
It's a steal, takes backsies.
Yeah. Also, look at that second Shadow Step. It's probably best to save that Shadow Step for something else, but...
You could do it again.
You could do it again.
And then play it for free, I believe?
It will be 4 once it hits the board again, so it will be 2
okay.
in the hand. Yeah. Another line, it probably won't come up this game, but another option that Molstar has is to Shadow Step the Priestess, and then use the Priestess's Battle Cry on his own spells as well. But it looks like it won't be happening. Neji's looking to kill the Priestess. Yeah, a lot of options in his hand. Probably looking to wig something. At the very least.
Let's see. Oh, wait, the Handmaiden?
Yep. I see the choice to wig the Handmaiden is that, oh, just great example. Tooth of Nefarian deals 3 damage. Many of Rogue's spells deal exactly 3 damage, so that's why Neji wants to put the Handmaiden above that breakpoint so that it won't die.
So many options.
Yeah. The only tough spot for Mole here is that he's gotten his minions, but he really wants to see more draw.
Alternative, you could just keep on playing the same cards over and over again.
Yep. Who needs draw when you can just keep playing the same cards? So this definitely, it's gonna be a neckboard Dragon turn. It's not the greatest use of preparations because they literally just did 0 mana do nothing. They discounted no other cards. Or they discounted Tooth of Nefarian, but the second one was 0 mana do nothing. Doesn't matter though when you push this much damage into the priest's face. Now Neji has to both clear the board and put a taunt up or something in order for the dagger not to connect and kill him immediately next turn. And I don't want to be a buzzkill, but I don't see a taunt in Neji Boston's hand for that to happen. He could heal with the hero power, but that would leave him without enough mana to clear the minions. And with no other draws in Neji's hand, I think this might be all but over. I think he might be just looking for Valish. I don't know what discovers are gonna help him out. Neji, of course, does. Yeah. Like, he's playing Wigs. He has a big minion. Just is not enough to hit 27 damage to Molestar's face. It got close though. It got. Wait. Is he one off? Oh, is he exactly there?
I am still getting play animations.
Oh my god.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
I was a doubter. I was
Oh
a doubter. I was a doubter.
Well,
But he found the exact lethal.
I thought last ditch resort, just try to see how big you could make the minion. No, the man was doing math.
The man had the math. I always forget that I counted just at 23, but I always forget that you can still play the green wigs, right? The ones that don't duplicate themselves. Obviously you lose them, but they provide the immediate buff. So I didn't count the extra 4 damage that would come from those wigs. So it's huge. Neji is, I'm sorry, I don't want to bait anyone with the wrong score. Neji is up 2-0 right now, actually. He has won with this priest twice. And Mostar has lost twice.
So we're it's looking like we'll see Neji tomorrow. You said if Neji wins this match, correct?
Yeah. If he wins this last game and this entire match as a result, well, I believe we should see Neji in as the 4th seed for our top 4 tomorrow.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. We're gonna see Mole save the 1-drop because when it's in the rush mode instead, it can trade very well into the 1 mana 1/3 that Priest has. I want to see it happen. I want Neji to coin out Pelagos right now.
Huh?
Pelagos on his side will be a 3 mana 1/6, and it's most likely that Druids on turn 3 cannot deal with the Pelagos. And then by casting any kind of buff on it, it can become a huge minion, like a 8/8 or something. But Neji will go for the safer play this time around and thrive in the shadows instead.
We're gonna see wild growth.
Yeah.
Ramping.
Ramp Druid does ramp things. Oh, and I'd expect to see a Vicious Slither Spear plus Wig combo here, just a little bit of stats to go on the board. I think Neji may be considering playing Priestess Valish because by playing the coin, Valish will gain one mana back, which will allow him to immediately play the Wig as well. So he can have a board that ends with the Priestess, the Vicious Slither Spear, and an 8/8 Pelagos if he chooses. Which I think might be correct. A Druid on turn 5 still cannot deal with that at all. And honestly, from his 2-0 lead, Neji might feel so confident that he's just gonna go. Yeah. Oh, and since the Wig also pays for itself from Priestess Valish, you can also play a Wig on the Vicious Slither Spear.
Oh. That seems like a lot for starting the turn with 3 mana.
Yeah. Oh my god, because he really had sent that at 6 mana. Yep, this is
Or
this is
ramp?
Molstar saying screw. I mean, excuse me. This is Neji Boston saying screw you, deal with this. I'd like to see you try. Oh, it's a 10-10. Oh, oh, it hurts so much. Molstar hasn't found his smothering starfish either, which would have otherwise silenced the board from Neji Boston. That was likely his only out, and even after the silence, it's still a massive, 6 health minion that gets larger from wig buffs. So this is lethal, by the way.
Oh,
Neji has a bless in hand. It's actually just over. He's savoring the moment. He's not doing it yet, but
wait,
with,
wait,
with,
wait till last minute.
with the Devour, with the Wig, and with the Bless. This is actually lethal on board. Neji is just sitting there. This is 28 damage already on the board. Neji's just doing some fun math in his head. Cadence, can we stop getting 3-0 matches?
Actually,
Every
I
time.
feel like one time we got a 3-1, but I feel like I swear one of those matches was only like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think at this point it is us.
It's us. We're just cursed.
Mhm.
That's
Um,
incredible.
although we weren't the only this was not the only match that was 3-0, but actually we didn't do too terribly bad this time. There are most of the other games are close.
They're close. Okay. All right. I mean,
Yeah.
that's good to hear. We'll do some planning. We made a promise to one of the teams who has not been on stream yet.
Oh yeah.
One of RIT's teams, I believe. So I'm just gonna be right back while we join that match. And we are back with another match. We have RIT. That's RIT's second team, actually. They had 2 teams during the tournament. So RIT White versus Miami University, Ohio. And currently, I don't believe we have one of the teams added yet, but we are working on that ASAP.
Yep, and it looks like we actually caught them towards the beginning of the game.
For once.
Yes.
For once.
Not walking in just for a lethal.
Yeah. So it looks like we've got the Thief Priest from RIT, saw that once today, and the Control Shaman over from the side of Miami.
Oh.
Yeah. Even though we aren't exactly our fault, honestly, or my fault for dropping into a match that was already underway. But
Job's done.
yeah, that's kind of crazy that they just stole a hero card, by the way.
Wait, I think I missed something. What?
Yeah, the Thief Priest side, they played the Identity Theft card, and so they discovered the Brukan hero card
Oh, okay.
from Hickett's deck. And so now they can become the Shaman hero on turn 8, which is probably a pretty good play. However, this Boner Hammerbeak, first time we're seeing this card today. After you play a Battlecry minion, repeat the first Battlecry played this turn. This is like Bran. It's a little
Oh,
more limited, right? It's a little limited, but it costs 1 less mana. So it's a very good card, and if you can't remove it, well, it goes pretty crazy, snowballing lots and lots of battle cries over and over again. Yep. I'm gonna cast Whispers of the Deep, just the best removal here.
oh, um,
Turn 4 of Shaman, probably likely to see a Wildbot Caverns. Can even cast a Gold Sharon Knoll if they choose to do so. But they can't evolve the Null this turn because the location is actually currently closed because they used it the last turn. So I'd imagine a Null is not what they have. Might even go for some battle cries to repeat with Boner as well.
I believe the player that you do not have is having a little trouble trying to add you right now. Honestly.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
Sorry.
No problem.
Pick me! Pick me!
Are you able to see it? I'm just curious.
Yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, technology has not advanced to the point where I can immediately switch over to your screen. I wish I could, but that's okay. I will continue to speculate. We do see a bunch of repeated battle cries. There must be one, so we used one Wind Chill, and we get another. So there's a Wind Chill in Hickett's hand, and one Overload card that he drew due to the not milling, which means that that must be the only Overload card that's in Shaman decks, which would be the Command of Nechuan, summon 2/5/4 elementals with Rush. So the Templar will have to be careful playing around that card.
What knowledge do the stars provide?
We choose to finally clear the
Pick me! Pick me!
Boner Hammerbeak to stop the value train. And nice tech play, silences his own 4/4 School Teacher, which also removes the freeze effect. So not only does it clear the Vol'jin, but also allows the School Teacher to attack and ignore the freeze.
I didn't know that clears freeze.
Yep, clears any text and any modifications, so it's a little bit of a nice cheat card.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Just waiting to see. MUOH would really like to have a null right now for 1 mana that they can then evolve into a different 10 cost minion, since the null discounts itself for every other card in your hand, but starts at 10 mana. Looks like they don't have it, so they'll just cycle for it instead. Wait, their hand is full? Okay, guess they don't really care that it is. That was the saddest evolution I've ever seen. That did nothing, unfortunately. I would have liked to see them just save the Muck Holes though, because if they top deck a Goldshire Null, I mean, I'd really rather have this option available to evolve. evolving a minion from cost 4 to cost 5 is really not very impactful, even if they had not low rolled so hard. That's a terrible hit from the Psychic Conjurer, and why I think Thief Priest is a terrible deck, but I digress.
I have come to dethrone our former master.
3 mana, 3/4.
Is too full.
Lost a Wild Paw Canyon.
I would have liked to see them just play their Command of Neptulon. Like, it's a great tempo card, just clears the board. I don't know why they didn't play it next turn at the very least. And this turn too. Like, they're okay, they're playing Murlocs, but they don't have any sort of initiative or rush. Unless I'm mistaken that Command of Neptulon is the only Overload card in the deck. Do a quick check on that. No, it is in fact the only Overload card in the deck is Command of Neptulon. So I don't understand why they're not playing this tempo card that's clear for them.
Pick me! Pick me!
Oh wait, you said Command of Neptune?
Yes.
There's one in hand I can see.
Yes, I know they have it because they played
Oh.
a card that says draw an Overlord card earlier.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this, okay. Alright. I see, they were going for a combo with a Naga Lynx. Excuse me for not being able to see their head, but they cast extra spell damage and end up clearing the entire enemy. Kind of a low value mutants there, but I don't think Templar minds too much because they are very healthy with a full 40 health currently. Yeah.
Another frozen.
Is no excuse for bad
Tar.
manners.
He's gonna steal his own Brucon back from Templar. Okay. See, I still, I understand. Maybe he just needs a spot to play an extra minion here. But this Muckboss has really gotten not as much value. I don't know what he has in his hand, so of course I can't judge too much. But
My time has come to give everything I've got.
okay, so to anyone currently tuning in, I'd like to make it clear that this is not a Shaman mirror, but actually a priest against Shaman. Who just stolen Brucon away. Not permanently, but we copied it. The Templar side copied it from Hicken. Templar's thinking about which other option to take. Okay, just gonna go with burn damage for the minions. What I am worried about for Templar here is I think Templar will have a very easy time just slowly grinding out Hicket's Shaman. But does Hicket have a Sire Denathrius in chance?
No. There is no Sire Denathrius in hand.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Mostly
Because
lower mana minions like the Piranha Swimmers from a few round back, and
So many choices.
I wish oh wait, would you like me to share my screen to you?
yep. You can do that. Let's try.
Yeah. Because I just
Because
So many choices.
the problem is the Boner Hammer Beak has already been used from Hicket's side. So I don't know how. I believe none of the Macaws have seen any play. So you you can't get a Denathrius into Bonerheimer Beacon plus Macaw turn, which would be a total of 3 Denathrius bursts of damage. But if Templar doesn't kill Hicket quickly, Hicket might be able to eventually get Denathrius, Macaw, which is again 3 Denathrius bursts to finish off Templar. But on the flip side, that is also the only way that Hicket could win this, because he's not going to have enough mini presence against his Thief Priest clearing the board every turn. Okay, now I finally have access to Hicket's hand, which is great. Yeah, not the greatest.
More bones to gnaw on.
Templar can use Thrive in the Shadows. I'm guessing that might be what he wants in order to find perhaps another board clear against this. Or just a Murazan, which will give him a Gold Shard, allowing him to do some rush, as well as the Piranhas, which also have rush.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said that Templar will kind of be running on clearing Hicket's board correctly. Is that correct?
Yeah, like, I don't think Templar will usually have many issues clearing Hicket's board anymore, just because of the nature of the Thief Priest deck and how much removal it tends to have. But the real problem is lethality from Templar's side.
Okay.
He'll be very good at clearing Hicket's board, but not so much at setting up his own board, such that Hicket can't clear it. And then eventually Hicket will hit him with the Nathrius combos and it'll kind of be over. Although Hicket not having Denathrius in hand, I know our viewers can't see that, but that is the current reality. Hicket not having any Denathrius in hand also puts a kink in that point. Facial Devour is good though. However, oh, the Brilliant Macaw is such a great hit here, because the Harvester of Envy on the leftmost side will allow Templar to steal the original Macaw,
Oh.
which is huge. Without that original Macaw, there's a lot less value. And of course, a Drowned top deck to deal with that 20 HP Devour.
So again, clearing them. Yep. Clearing.
Yep, clear the board. Make a minor amount of minions, and then chillax. One unfortunate interaction of turning into Bricon is that unless Templar rolls the water-based healing hero power, he actually doesn't have an easy way to activate the Cleric of Anch in the middle of his hand to discover a spell.
Yeah.
So I can say the remaining cards in Hicket's hand are from left to right: Macaw, Starfish, Clownfish, Gorlock, Ravager. Hope everyone caught that. But that's not enough to win the game at all. It's actually really not great. And the battle cry, which battle cry does this read? Murazan!
Oh,
my
wow.
god!
That was a while ago.
It was a while ago, but this is a huge number of value cards. And you know what he can do? He can do it again. If he so chooses.
Battle cry, the battle cry.
Yep.
Well, actually, I think it's like the third chain battle cry because.
Battle cry, the
Oh,
battle
the
cry, the
Macaw.
battle cry, the battle cry.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep, Commander Neptune comes first. Oh boy. Okay, so when we were worried, or when I was talking about being worried about lethality, It looks like the answer was to simply steal the shaman's lethality and make it your own. Because if you remember from what I was talking about earlier, um, Shaman does not have any good cards in their hand right now. The only card that might do something is the Macaw, the one Macaw that was not stolen, still remaining in Higgett's hand. Don't actually know what battle cry that activates right now, though.
We'll see right now.
Oh!
Oh!
Insatiable Devour. Okay, not bad. Did clear a good number of minions. And it does also clear the Harvester of Envy, so Templar cannot permanently steal any of Higgett's cards anymore.
There is little time.
Next turn, though, I think that Glug the Gulper might be more than enough to close out this game. Let's see what Hickett draws with the Gorlog Ravager.
Amalgam.
Yeah. Mutinous and Amalgam and his second Gorlog Ravager, as you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, none of those cards immediately help dealing with the Glug. There is this threat of potentially Hickett breaking through all of Glug's taunts and then hitting Templar for 13 damage into the face. But Templar has a freeze stag, also copied from Hickett, which will help him not clear a lot. I think he might be considering trading into Hickett's stag so that Glug won't be frozen, but I think at this point it's unlikely that Hickett can blitz through all of Templar's taunts without having a Brucon here first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I believe that was a Prince Renathal off the top for Hickett. Not very useful at all. Flat 3 mana, 3/4.
Like a starfish, maybe?
Yep.
Although it...
That would be Hickett's best answer, because it silences all minions, so it makes the Macaw unfrozen at the cost of making it back into a 3/3, but it does prevent Glug from getting any larger.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and that does make it so it gets around the taunts a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So it removes all text and modifications. But Hickett really is just successful. Like, this is a control mirror. Like we asked for our casts to stop being so short, and then we got a control mirror and finally got what he wanted, because we just see like, we make a board and it gets dealt with, and we make a board and it gets dealt with. There's plenty
Oh,
of
look,
people.
another Renathal.
Yep. He just brought a local lore. The Ice Lord is what Hickett just discovered. The 10 mana Wind Fury that discounts itself if your hero is above 15 HP. I'm not sure if that was the most optimal option, because it will be 10 mana for a very long time. But yeah, maybe it will be relevant. It also has Rush, so it will help clear the board as well. Oh, okay, Glug, although silenced, now evolved into a larger minion. Arcane Devour, gain +2/+2 every time you cast a spell. This might actually be quite huge.
Here comes some spells.
Yep. Not sure if RIT will use it immediately. ideally though, just to buff the Wrathall. It might be, or buff the Devour. Might just be more valuable to keep it as a removal. Now, I was criticizing the Localar, but the Localar with 8 attack, it's still not very good because it'll be a 10 mana trade into the Arcane Devourer, which is just really unfortunate. Doesn't deal with anything else on the board. Miami will go for Prana Swarmers. Represents a total of 6 damage.
Trading out most of the minions to just clear that Arcane Devourer.
Yep, can't have that getting much larger. But not many Murlocs left to draw either. Like, we have a Gorlock Ravager for Shaman, but I don't think there are enough Murlocs, or at least not 3 Murlocs, maybe 2 or 1 remaining in Igrit's deck.
The time has come.
The fact that he didn't play it tells me he might have been none. Is that a Soothsayer's Caravan in? There's no way that deck belongs in Thief Priest. You might think this card is okay at first, but then you notice that it says at the start of your turn and not at the end of your turn.
Oh.
So you need to actually, it has
Keep
to
it.
actually survive, yeah.
Mhm.
Which is just not very great. We see some value trades and hero power. Maybe though, in this situation, where your opponent is just so drained of resources and can't remove the Soothsayer's Caravan, it will be, it will actually get a spell from this.
Not a ton with that Devourer.
Yeah, Fungal Master Fergal was not going to do too much. Also, Command of Neptune on, so Soothsayer Caravan sucks. That's our conclusion that we already knew about. 2 mana, 1/3 did nothing. I wonder if Templar ever uses Drown on the Murloczilla. I don't know why I called it that. Mutinous.
Murloc-
just
I
to-
like either.
Murloczilla, right? It's a
Yep.
very good name for a cutie. Cute little animal. Because, I mean, it does prevent 6 damage, and in the event that Templar gets once again to the bottom of his deck, we'll see Mutinous potentially eat something from Igit's hand. Could be relevant. But yeah.
I don't remember. Are there a lot of cards? Oh, okay. Never mind. That wasn't even needed because it was immediately changed.
Oh, yeah. There are. I think there are some cards. I'm not. My question here is: Drown does not copy cards, right? It quote unquote puts cards at the bottom of your deck. So do cards in your deck with Drown also get discounted? That's my question.
Yeah.
That's a good discipline. I was considering the Drown, but from Templar's side, he knew that Pickett still had his original copy of Glug. So now being able to send this Glug to the bottom of his own deck is very useful. This card also says, Two-Faced Investor. At the end of your turn, reduce the cost of a card in your hand by 1. 50% chance to increase it instead. Like, we were talking about investments earlier, but this is not a good investment. This just made the Light It Burns cost 2 mana instead of 1 mana. That's horrible. Because I believe Templar will use it on the Mutinous, to kill it. But I think he really would have preferred to also be able to hero power this turn instead to value trade better with his minions. But yeah, that stupid. It did it again.
Wait, did it just double? Wait, it just doubled from 0 to 1?
Yeah, it's increased by 1. It's
Oh,
increased or decreased by 1. So yeah, it went from 0 to 1.
Let your vessels congeal.
we like free stuff.
Okay, Local finally finds its opportunity. Also helps Miami push 8 to the face. This is not the greatest situation here. You see the Cathedral for draw power, yeah. The Shaman has slowly began to outvalue the Priest, actually. And for those who are watching, I forgot to mention, but Miami just top decked Denathrius, and the turn before that top decked their own Bricon hero card. So finally, Shaman is finding its huge game-winning cards. All right. Templar finally gets his Mida Pure Light, which is a card that goes infinite due to its text. It just constantly shuffles itself in his deck, and will be resummoned every time. The only thing that can stop it is a Smothering Starfish, which Hickett does run, but it has already come out, and he only has 1 copy of it. Oh, and this is 16 damage to the face of Local.
Oof.
Templar needs to drop clear right now, or else it's over next turn for him. School Teacher and Shadow Word Death. Or not even Shadow Word Death is enough, because the 5 damage plus the 6 damage from the Fire Invocation hero power was enough to kill him. Gonna take Maelstrom Portal. Use the Cathedral to draw an extra card.
Oh, Brian.
Bran is not enough! Maelstrom Portal summons a random 1-cost minion, so if he gets a taunt from one of these Maelstrom Portal flashes, he can survive this potentially.
Not
That is
at
extremely loud. I'm not sure if that was loud for you.
Won't stop shattering.
Oh, I think I have the audio off.
Oh, good. Yeah. Oh, if only he had that hero power this turn. Could have hit the lightning invocation to clear the Local R. Wow.
We wanted longer games.
The Monkey's Paw curled. We got longer games.
And I believe there is one more
Yep, because that
game.
ties up the series 2-2 for Miami and RIT. Jesus Christ, there was so much that happened that game. Apparently, Local was the correct choice all along. Because once the priest was finally exhausted of all of his removal resources, oof, 16 damage to the face twice is quite a bit.
My elements are frightful.
Alright.
And so now we're trading out the was the Thief Rogue
Thief Priest, yeah.
Thief Priest last time for a Warlock. Does this mean another long game, or is this going to be a different tempo? Looking at here.
So here's the interesting thing about Templar's Winlock, as he has dubbed it. The Winlock is not an imp build, nor is it actually a curse build. Well, it has some curse in it, but it's not a curse build necessarily. It runs the quest, the Demon Seed, which ultimately makes your opponent, the quest reward for the Demon Seed is that your opponent takes any damage you would have taken on your own turn. So the point of Templar's deck is to go into Fatigue as quickly as possible and transfer all Fatigue damage to Hickett.
Oh.
So in that sense, it could go fast if Templar is able to execute his game plan quickly. Because Hickett's only way to beat Templar is to kill Templar or steal his quest reward somehow before it comes down and starts damaging him for a ton. But I'm gonna be real with you. I have never seen the Windwalk. This is a new invention, a Templar or an RIT white original, if you will. It's a singleton deck, so it only runs one copy of every card in its deck. And of course, it has Reno Jackson, a very iconic card that was reintroduced to the core set. It's a 6 mana card that restores your hero to full HP if it's a singleton card. So
Oh,
a very roundabout way to answer your original question, but yes, this is going to go so long.
war of attrition.
Yeah. War of attrition until RIT White can finally get their Demon Seed buff. And I believe Demon Seed reward, but I believe the Demon Seed has been nerfed twice over the course. It's been out for approximately a year and a month, and in that time, it was nerfed. It was nerfed once, excuse me. And so since then, it has not been nearly as much of a dominant force as it once was on release. But it looks like against control decks specifically, you can get a lot of work done. Hickett, again, one good way for Hickett to win this is with the Murloc spam, and then try to catch out the Warlock when it doesn't have enough removal early on. And it could definitely happen. Maybe not once that Clownfish is gone though, because we know that the Clownfish won't be repeated with Bone or Hammerbeaks, Battle Cry repeating effect, so it won't be able to cheat out a ton of Warlocks anymore.
Okay.
You can see that we're on turn 4 for both players, and it's just a clear board with both players above 30 HP, so this is a great time to maybe lean back, relax, grab a pina colada if you're of age. And just
It is Saturday. It is Saturday.
chill out. Chill out. Don't think of your projects that are due.
Hey, I said it's Saturday. It's not Sunday at like 9 o'clock, so we don't have to think about that.
This is a safe space. You don't have to think about your schoolwork anymore. What is going on? What? Hickett is so desperate for any kind of play right now. He just played a singular piranha and then chose to discover a completely random beast, of which there are like 100 of. And somehow hit one of the best hits, because all Battle Cry minions in this deck just got +1/+1. I believe that has to be around 20, maybe closer to 10 or 15, somewhere between 10 to 15 cards just got a little bit of a buff.
Well, especially so early. Like doing stuff that affects every blank in your deck this early has got to be way better than it would be like, I don't know, when you're halfway through your deck like we were quite into the deck last time.
So, if you missed that, Templar just immolated Hickett's hand, which means all of these cards start burning, and in 3 turns they will disappear from his hand completely. It could be good if Hickett has a ton of cards like Denathrius or his hero card in his hand, but it's also really bad when he's swarming the board with piranhas who aren't doing anything about it because you spent 4 mana affecting nothing but your opponent's hand. 3 turns is really, really long. Uh-oh. That's 2 eats. Oh, that's 1. That was a good hit. It doesn't even matter what he's hitting because those are massive minions with 9 HP and 15 total power.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like Hickett might be getting some of that, like just direct damage, face damage.
Oh, if you've noticed, there's only 1 card in Hickett's hand that is burning. So, Immolate is a terrible card. It sucks. Don't ever run it. Unless it's How much damage is on Higgit's board? 5 plus 15, 20. He shouldn't have 5 burst damage to bring out of nowhere. It's pretty unlikely for the control shower to have that. So I expect Templar to just play all of his other cards out right now, and then play Reno Jackson next turn to fully heal himself. The problem with Reno is that he costs 6 mana, and well, as a result, it's very difficult to actually heal your hero and deal with your opponent's board all in the same turn. So you
Yeah.
heal all that damage only to take it again.
So you have to make sure you have to take the risk and get kind of low in order for it to be a bigger payoff, right?
Yeah. And yet, spoilers, but that's a Denathrius in the leftmost side of Higgit's hand, and it is not the card that is about to stop burning. Nope. Immolate is so bad, not only does it start losing you the game, but it also misses the most important card that you'd like it to hit anyway. So...
So wait, did no cards actually burn or did?
Not a single card burned.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I was looking at him like, wait, they're all gone. That was the last one.
Because Immolate's just a bad card, what can I say? 3 turns is such a long time that you can just have enough mana to play all of these cards, and it doesn't really matter. Bran Reno? Smile emoji. Oh my god, look! We're at 40 HP! Woo!
Yeah, but there's
We're gonna take 21 damage minimum next turn anyway.
Okay, well. One more turn. I would say do it again, but I don't.
Unfortunately, we have no macaws in the Warlock deck, so cannot repeat any battle cards. Oh, and he gets a Starfish since he guaranteed Druid of the Warlock Ravager. That means each Murloc now costs 4 less, since it's repeated by Boner's battle cry.
Ooh.
That Golok Ravager didn't even draw anything. Hicken has all of his Murlocs in his hand right now. Next, he has Amalgams left to use as well. There's one. Probably gonna take Sir Finley Murgleton, as it's a battle cry. That will trigger a Boner as well. So, I'm looking through the deck list right now of Windlock. If he gets Gigafin or Twisting Nether right now, Templar can fully clear Hickett's board and still win. But it's a 2 out of whatever, 2 out of 25 to draw that. And he did not find it.
All the calculations and nope.
Even if he presses the Hero Power here, those cards cost 8 mana, so it's not going to be enough either. So, let this be a lesson to you all. If you bring terrible decks, we're not gonna put you on the stream. I'm just kidding. But
Hey, this was the most entertainment we've gotten. No, we've had entertaining games. This is the longest entertainment I believe we've had.
Quality over quantity, I would say. Oh boy. Yeah, we just... Goodbye, Warlock! Oh my god. That was so many rounds played. And for what? Oh my god. Oh my god. I believe that may have been our very last match of the day. Yes, it was. That because their control mirror took so long. Yep, that was ended up taking that long. So once they are have their scores reported in, I can definitely show that I can definitely show the standings, and we'll see who is top 4 for tomorrow. So we'll just be on standby for just a minute. I don't know what's taking them so long to report their scores.
Refresh, refresh, refresh.
Yeah, I refresh.
No.
It's F5 season once again. You get to see instead our beautiful faces. All
Oh!
right, about now.
Oh.
Hello, we are back on stream once
And the
again.
refresh worked.
Yep, I'm your caster again, Justin Wildrose. I introduced myself at the beginning.
And I'm Cadenux, and I'm very glad to have been here today for all this wonderful, seemingly very fast gameplay.
Yep, and just in just one moment, I should be able to get out the um, final standings. So please hold on patiently. Boom, boom. All right, and there we have it. 3, 2, 1. Our standings are, congratulations to our top 4 placements. Super Chicken from Carleton University, Dread Eye and his team, I believe Robot Wizard was playing this account today, from Cal Berkeley in second. RIT Orange, headed by Ego Waffle in third. And in fourth, Nice Jewish Owl, playing for the joint team SLU Temple today. And thank you everyone to all the rest who played and stayed till the end, as well as those who were busy and had to leave early. Again, thank you so much for coming to our tournament. So, just as a reminder, we will be having the top 4 playoffs tomorrow, starting once again at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be your caster again for this, and I believe Knux will unfortunately be leaving us for tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I hope, from what I've seen today, it looks like you guys are going to have some great games tomorrow.
Yep, and we'll be streaming every game, as well as having winners interviews tomorrow. So that would be great. Very fun time. So yeah, do you have any closing words, Kenneth?
Um, nope. Good luck to everyone tomorrow, and thank you everyone who was here today.
Awesome, great stuff, everyone. I'll excited to see you all tomorrow. And bye for now.
Bye.
See ya. Bye.